We are about to enter the Most High praise. We pray that it's a joyful noise to the Most High, and it will bring you into worship.
Hallelujah.
It is good to give thanks to Yahoo.
They flourish in the courts of our enemies. So I sing for joy. I sing for joy. I sing for joy. I sing for joy. They still bear fruit in old age. They are ever full of sap and green. To declare that God is upright and He's my rock. There's no righteousness in Him. So I sing for joy. I sing for joy. I sing for joy. I sing for joy. I rejoice. I rejoice. I rejoice. I rejoice. I rejoice. I rejoice. I will rejoice. I will rejoice. I sing for joy. 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 I rejoice. I rejoice. I rejoice. I rejoice. I will rejoice. I sing for joy. I sing for joy. I sing for joy. I sing for joy. Hallelujah. 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 I sing for joy. I sing for joy. I sing for joy. So I sing for joy. I sing for joy. I sing for joy. I sing for joy. yeah, I need a clean heart.
A clean heart.
Oh, yeah, give me a clean heart.
Give me a clean heart.
Oh, yeah, I need a clean heart.
I need a clean heart.
Make me over.
Make me over again.
Make me over again.
Make me over again.
Make me over again. Oh yeah.
Make me over again.
Make me over again. Make me over again.
Make me over again.
Make me over again. Oh yeah. Deliver me, yeah.
Deliver me from the guiltiness.
Oh yeah. Elohim,
Of my salvation.
and my tongue shall sing.
And my tongue shall sing aloud of thy righteousness.
Adonai,
I open my lips,
and my
and
mouth.
my mouth shall declare your praise.
Adonai, open my lips,
Open my lips,
and my
and
mouth.
my mouth shall declare your praise.
Oh Father, open these lips, yeah.
Open my lips,
And my
and
mouth.
my mouth shall declare your
Give me a clean heart. Oh yeah, I want a clean heart.
clean heart.
And make me over.
Make me over again.
Make me over again. Oh yeah.
Make me over again.
Make me over again. Make me over again.
Make me over again.
Make me over. 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 Make me over again. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah. What's that?
Can't wait to listen to this. After Shabbat, I always listen to it.
Good video.
You got
My eyes so cold.
Hallelujah.
That was great.
shot? I'm in the shot, right?
You're not. You're not.
Okay. All right, go ahead.
Yep, finish.
All right, shalom, shalom.
Shalom, shalom.
Today it will be me, Aki Ori. I'll be giving a lesson, and as you see on the title, today's lesson is the true feast days. Since it's that time of the year, unfortunately, or fortunately, I guess, the Most High allows us to see these days. Some people say it's the reason for the season. Well, I thought it would be a good time to just kind of remind ourselves of the true feast that we are supposed to be celebrating as a people of Israel, and eventually the world will fall in line and do so as well. But without further ado, let's go ahead and to our motto. We are learning to walk through obedience to the Torah, together building an ahava and anva from the Ab to the Elab in the Ruach Yeshua ben Yahuwah. Now, what are the feast days? I answered the question for y'all, but as you can see, they're all were first given in the book of Leviticus, chapter 23. So let's go ahead and just go there. And we're just going to read through the list right quick, but then we got more explanation from beyond this point. We're just going to read the initial commandments that the Most High gave to us that we should follow, and then we're going to go in depth with scriptures from other books explaining how it was carried out and, that it was actually being practiced, not just a list of things that the Most High said do, and we kind of like took it as guidelines and not commandments. Let's see.
You'll read it yourself?
I guess I'll do like the first one, and then we can split it up as whoever feels the need that wants to read. Leviticus 23. All right, I'm gonna do the first verse. Or not the first verse, but the third verse. First verse in the listing. Chapter 23 of Leviticus. This is verse 3. This explains the weekly Shabbats, which we're carrying out right now. 6 days shall work be done, but the 7th day is the Shabbat of rest. A holy assembly, ye shall do no work therein. It is the Shabbat of Yahuwah in all your dwellings. Alright, and then who wants to get verses 4 and 5 that describe Passover or Pesach?
I'll go ahead and get it. Alright, I'll get at least the second one. Leviticus 23, verses 4 to 5. These are the feasts of Yahweh, even holy convocations, which ye shall proclaim in their seasons. In the 14th day of the first month at even, it is Yahuwah's Passover.
Okay. Who wants to get verses 6 through 8?
And on the 15th day of the same month is the feast of Matzah unto Yahuwah. 7 days ye must eat matzah. And the first day ye shall have a holy assembly. Ye shall do no servile work therein. But ye shall offer an offering made by fire unto Yahuwah 7 days. And the 7th day is a holy assembly. Ye shall do no servile work therein.
Alright. So you see there's an emphasis on rest, not just in Shabbat, but in the other feast days. The Most High is keen on us getting rest. Also because he knows it's not an easy walk when the rest of the world isn't making it easy for us to do. So he recognizes that it's a fight and that we need rest and fellowship with one another to strengthen each other for the remaining weeks and years and days of our life to come. So that's why he keeps saying, not just celebrate it and then let's get some yard work done before we eat. Like no, like rest, straight up rest. And so let's go to what we already read 8, but we can read 8 again, 8 through 14 for first fruits. I guess I can get this one if we don't have anybody else. 2 and 3.
Leviticus 23?
Yeah, still Leviticus 23. We're just going over all the standard commanded feast days that Yahuwah gave us. This is back during Leviticus 23.
Oh, you said 8 to 14 now?
8 to 14, yep.
For you shall offer an offering made by fire unto Yahuwah 7 days. And the seventh day is a holy assembly. You shall do no servile work therein. And Yahuwah spoke unto Moshe, saying, Speak unto the children of Yasharel, and say unto them, When ye are come into the land which I give unto you, and shall reap the harvest thereof, then ye shall bring a sheaf of the first fruits of your harvest unto the priest. And ye shall wave the sheaf before Yahuwah, to be accepted for you. On the morrow after the Shabbat, the priest shall wave it. And ye shall offer that day, when ye wave the sheaf as the lamb without blemish. Oh, my apologies. And ye shall offer that day, when ye wave the sheaf, a lamb without blemish of the first year for ascending smoke offering unto Yahuwah. And the oblation thereof shall be 2 tenths deals of fine flour mingled with oil, an offering made by fire unto Yahuwah for a sweet savor. And the drink offering thereof shall be of wine, the 4th part of a hin. And ye shall eat neither bread, nor parched grain, nor green ears, until the selfsame day that ye have brought an offering unto your Elohim. It shall be a statute forever throughout your generations in all your dwellings.
See, now that's interesting, right? Even though this is considered what you would consider the Old Testament, the word forever is in those scriptures, stating that we want to stop this after the crucifixion and resurrection of Messiah. This is just plainly in there, like everybody can see it. This is the Old Testament. It's all the way as basic as King James. You ain't got to have a Sefer or a Tanakh or anything, and it's right there. And let's see, what else? Oh yes, another example of this being carried out before it was officially written down and told to us by Yahuwah was when Cain was jealous of Abel, because one of the key reasons Cain killed Abel was because Abel gave the best of what he had during the spring season, the first offering or first fruits. I think he gave like a lamb or something, right? Abel did. And then Cain just tried to give, whatever. He just gave a little something that wasn't adequate enough, and then the blessing that Abel received ended up spurring Cain's jealousy. But let's see. Now on to 15 through 22.
Can I say something about the Canaan people? Sorry.
Go right ahead.
That brought jealousy for his brother, right? But he didn't look at himself and what he gave, right? He just got jealous of the way the Most High reacted to his brother's offering. Yeah, his brother's blessing. Like getting mad at somebody else being blessed. Like, this person has been struggling in a 1-bedroom apartment, and the Most High finally gives them, financial backing to have a nice home, nice multi-room home, multi-bathroom home, and you're complaining that, I'm still waiting on, whatever it is that I want. So that's an example of like, okay, well, what are you doing to prepare for your blessing? You don't just get a blessing, just get it. The only time that really happens is when you're a child. You just get it because, your parents love you and they give it to you, or whoever your guardian is.
Say it one more time. You don't just get a blessing. Say it one more time.
You have to prepare for a blessing. You don't just get a blessing just because you feel you deserve one, or you think it's your necessary birthright. And there are some instances where your birth standing does entitle a certain blessing, but even still, you still have to prepare. We've all heard of the stories or seen movies where the firstborn has a real successful parent or father. That father builds a business, wants to give it to the firstborn, but they haven't prepared. They partied up. They partied up, and then when it comes time to give away the family business, a younger sibling or maybe somebody who wasn't in the direct bloodline gets that business or that blessing because that individual, they didn't prepare. Like, okay, your dad owns a computer business. You barely know how to turn on your phone, and you think you should be head of a tech company? That is not how it works. So
Shaq told all of his children to say, you got to have at least 2 degrees before you touch any of my money. That's what he told them.
Hey, that's a good way to make sure that you're building up your generations. Because there's a rule of thumb that usually, like when you see somebody rich, that's usually only the first or second generation. By the third generation, they're poor again. For the average person, if you're not a Rothschild or some multi-generational banking family, when a family member comes into when the average person per se comes into wealth, it usually doesn't last more than 3 generations.
Yeah, so we have a friend that his dad, they have 3 children. His dad bought them all a property. And he said that's what they're gonna get. They're not gonna touch his money, they're not gonna touch anything that he has, but he's gonna buy them all one property and they have to do whatever.
Yeah, build up on it.
Right, build up on it. So the oldest kept the property and of course it's growing in money and everything, And then the second one, he sold the property to get the money. So, it's all what you do with it.
Yeah. I mean, like now, if you took that and invested in CDs or annuities,
It was too burning. It was too burning.
Oh.
It was too burning.
He got a nice Maserati that has $1 million maintenance and it only cost him $50K. Let's see. And now on to, I said I was going to read, I'll read 15 through 22. And ye shall count unto you from the morrow after the Shabbat, from the day that ye brought the sheaf of the wave offering. 7 Shabbats shall be complete. Even unto the morrow after the 7th Shabbat shall ye number 50 days, and ye shall offer a renewed oblation unto Yahuwah. Ye shall bring out of your habitation 2 wave loaves of 2 tenths deals. They shall be of the flour. They shall be baked with leaven. They are first fruits unto Yahuwah. And ye shall offer the bread 7 lambs without blemish of the first year, and 1 young bullock, and 2 rams. They shall be for an ascending smoke offering unto Yahuwah, with their oblation and their drink offering, even an offering made by fire of sweet savor unto Yahuwah. Then ye shall sacrifice 1 kid of goats for a sin offering, and 2 lambs of the first year for a sacrifice of peace offerings. And the priest shall wave them with the bread of the first fruits for a wave offering before Yahuwah. With 2 lambs they shall be holy to Yahuwah for the priest. And ye shall proclaim on the selfsame day that it may be a holy assembly unto you. And ye shall do no servile work therein. It shall be a statute forever. Again, that word has to pop up. Forever in your dwellings throughout your generations. And when ye reap the harvest of your land, you shall not make clean riddance of the corners of your fields when you reap. Neither shall you gather any gleaning of your harvest. You shall leave them unto the poor and to the stranger. I am Yahuwah Elohim. So even when you're supposed to, you're taking in the harvest at the end of the season, or I guess the beginning of the harvest season, however you want to look at it, you're supposed to just leave a little something for the community, the downtrodden. Just help people out when you can, or at least leave it to where it gives the ability to somebody to glean off of your blessing a little bit.
Yeah, it's like we had our own welfare system.
Yeah.
At the time.
Yeah, that's what I didn't think about that, but yeah, that's true. But now, in society, we're taught to take as much as you can and give as much as you can from it, instead of take what you need and then give away the rest.
There you go. You see how it works for you?
And then you also notice that there are a lot of sacrifices that are supposed to be done, but the reason we don't do those sacrifices is essentially because Yeshua is that ultimate sacrifice. So we're still to acknowledge these feast days as commanded, as shown here, but the requirement of animal sacrifice is no more, because Mashiach is the ultimate sacrifice for our sins. And let's see, who wants to read 24? Or 23 and 24, because we stopped at 22.
I'll do that. And Yahuwah spoke unto Moshe, saying, in the 7th month, in the first day of the month, shall ye have a Shabbat day, a memorial of blowing of shofars, a holy assembly.
Nope. And then we're going to, let's see, it says 26 through 32. Who wants to read that? Or you started 25 since we read 24. Anybody wants to get 26 through 32?
Of the 23, right?
Yes, Leviticus 23 still.
Okay, and what is it, the number?
25 to 32.
Okay, I got it. Ye shall do no servile work therein, but ye shall offer an offering meat by fire unto Yahuwah. And Yahuwah spoke unto Moshe, saying, also on the 10th day of this month is Yom Kippur. It shall be a Kodesh assembly unto you, and ye shall afflict your souls, and offer an offering made by fire unto Yahuwah. And ye shall do no work in the same day, for it is Yom Kippur, to make an atonement for you before Yahuwah Elohim. For whatsoever soul it be that shall not be afflicted in that same day, he shall be cut off from among his people. And whatsoever soul it be that does any work in that same day, the same soul will I destroy from among his people. Ye shall do no manner of work. It shall be a statute forever throughout your generations in all of your dwellings. It shall be unto you a Shabbat of rest, and ye shall afflict your souls in the 9th day of the month at evening. From evening unto evening shall you celebrate your Shabbat.
And
It's like prison.
and last but not least, the Feast of Tabernacles, which is also known as Sukkot. Go ahead.
34. Oh, you got some.
33, right? And it says, and Yahuwah spoke unto Moshe, saying, speak unto the children of Yasharel, saying, the 15th day of this 7th month shall be the feast of Sukkot, for 7 days unto Yahuwah.
Now go ahead, Kai, you had a question?
Oh, no, I was special.
Oh. And, okay, so now, as you can see, we just went through a quick rundown, which is only one chapter. You would think, Yahuwah will be a little bit more, detailed, but it's fairly simple. Everything that we are assigned to do commanded to do for a rest day, a day of rest, is all in chapter 23, no more than 50, not even 50 verses worth.
Mm-hmm.
And most of what was accounted for was talking about animal sacrifice, which again, we no longer have to do because Mashiach is the ultimate sacrifice. We are just now to acknowledge these days and set them up as days for rest. Think about that. That's pretty cool. Yahuwah had it planned out to where okay, because you guys are on punishment, you got to do all of these sacrifices. But once I send my son, now these are really just days of rest where you get to eat. That's all they are now. Not all they are, but that's a good summation of the gift that Yahuwah gives to us. Okay, do your responsibilities, get your work done, but enjoy the time that I give you, because I give you plenty of days. As you can see, you actually get more appointed times, and then you get multiple days in those appointed times to rest. Unlike the beast system, where you get that one day and then it's back on the grind. They want you to make that paper.
Yeah.
That's usually really stressful too, with Christmas, Thanksgiving, and all that.
Yeah. On to the next slide. Let's see. Now, this is a more detailed. This is again made by the Ish people, but I kind of lightened it up a little bit of the Hebrew feast. And then you get the actual months that these days are appointed in. And you also get the Hebrew, or the, I guess you could say, Jewish name for the months. So, and the number of days for each feast day, or feast, each feast period. So now the interesting one is that we're not necessarily commanded to celebrate is what you would call our New Year's Day of Purim or Adar, in the month of Adar. And if y'all want to go to Esther 9:18 through 32, it just explains real quick. This is not required by Torah, but this is something that is allowed if you feel you want to have a New Year's type of celebration. See, I'll read to, I guess, 25, and then if somebody wants, they can pick up, or if not, I'll just continue reading. And then, but the Yahudim that were at Susan assembled together in the 13th day thereof, and the 14th thereof, and on the 15th day of the same, rested and made it a day of feasting and gladness. Therefore, the Yahudim of the villages that dwelt in the walled towns made the 14th day of the month Adar a day of gladness and feasting, and a good day, and of sending portions of one another. And the Mordecai wrote these things and sent a Sepharim unto the Yahudim that were in the province of King Ahasuerus, and both nigh and far, to establish this among them, that they should keep the 14th day of the month Adar, and the 15th day of the same yearly, as the days wherein the Yahudim rested from their enemies, and the month which was turned unto them from sorrow to joy, and from mourning into a good day, that ye should make them days of feast and joy, and sending portions to one another, and gifts to the poor. And the Yahudim undertook to do as they had begun, as Mordecai had written unto them, because Haman, the son of Hamadath, and Agiah, the enemy of all the Yahudim, had devised against the Yahudim to destroy them, and had cast her, that is the lot, to consume them and destroy them. But when Esther came before the king, he commanded by Sepharim that his wicked device, which he devised against the Yahudim, should return upon his own head, that he had his son should be hanged at the gallows. So I guess this was a display of mercy being done by the king, who at the time had Israel in bondage, because Esther found favor, and in that favor, Yahuwah placed it on the king's heart to keep Yehuda out of danger. So I mean, that's just kind of like a New Year's celebration. It's not commanded, but it's there. It's interesting. I didn't even know such a thing was even there. But as you can see with Passover, it's during what will basically be determined as the first day of, or near the first day of spring. And we can read about the first Passover in Exodus 12:43 all the way, and you read that all the way to chapter 13, verse 10. If we want to go to, you know what, let's go to the New Testament, where they say we don't have to do these feast days anymore, even though it's clearly right there. So let's go to Matthew 26, verse 17 through 20. And I'll go ahead and read right here. Let's see, 17 through 20.
Mind if I say something on that last one?
Go right ahead.
Yeah, you noticed for Purim, I mean, it's interesting how to say it. Who was the person who basically sent out the letters? Who was the person that sent out the letters?
Next.
Go back to the same, what you just read. Starts with an M.
Mordecai?
Mordecai. Say go ahead and pretty much Mordecai was the person that instituted this. But both of these that you're bringing out, in my opinion, this is what I researched, right? You'll see that it's you'll have names for Hanukkah and also for Purim of people instituting it. But the other one is talking about Yahuwah instituting it. You know what I mean? So it's just very interesting how even the Bible plays it out.
Yeah.
You know, so,
And Yahuwah's like, okay, I can allow that.
Right. It's not. Yeah. In other words, if you do it, it's not pagan.
Yeah.
You know, there's no idea. Even if you do Hanukkah, and you do your own thing, I'm not thinking that you're doing a pagan festival.
Yeah.
You know what I mean, a pagan whatever. No, it's in the
It
Bible.
seems like it's like when they do it and give him like to celebrate a thing that he brought forth. Like for Purim, it was the Hebrew people not being destroyed
Right.
in the land, and for the dedication, I guess it was for the dedication of the
That's
temple,
pretty good.
right?
That's
Yeah,
actually
so
really good.
Versus like, hey, got a new car today.
Yeah.
Let's,
Yeah.
Let's
make it
put it
fun.
on an altar and like do all this, you know. So.
If you're gonna put it on the altar, better be sacrificed. Anyway, sorry. That shouldn't even be the case, y'all. That's bad suggestion. I'm just joking.
And you notice that even as you glance, you don't see anything pertaining to what we would call Christmas, especially not Thanksgiving. I mean, I don't know which is worse. One is for like public bedroom fun time, and the other was about literally dining on us, the delectable Negro. There's a book. You might want to look it up. That's where they get Thanksgiving from, as they say, or as we say. But let's see. Let's go to Matthew. Oh yeah, did I even read? No, I didn't read Matthew yet. Let's see. So Matthew 26, verse 17 through 20. But before the feast of Matzah drew on, the Talmudim came to Yahusha, saying unto him, Where will you that we prepare for you to eat the Pesach? And he said, Go into the city to such a man and say unto him, The rabbi says, My time is at hand. I will keep the Pesach at your house with the Talmudim. And the Talmudim did as Yahusha appointed them, and they made ready the Pesach. Now when even was come, he sat down with the 12. So this is the beginning of the famous Da Vinci photo, the Da Vinci painting, even though incorrect likeness, about the Last Supper that he had before his crucifixion.
Yeah, all kind of stuff. We were like, come on, man.
Yeah.
Relax, bro.
Y'all are sitting up.
Yeah. Oh man, that photo. It's in so many of our houses. Y'all know what I'm talking about when I say that.
Yeah. My grandma got a photo of it.
Oh my gosh, y'all.
The
In
false
churches,
lights. Yeah.
like, I'll just be like, man, just want to take a shot.
Yeah.
I keep it close. Like, I know we don't talk like that. I don't want to seem like no BI. What they call us? What they call us? BIA?
BIA?
No, BIE, right? BIE.
Oh, man.
Black identity. It's the difference now with instead of COINTELPRO, there's no more COINTELPRO. Now it's Black Identity Extremists. I didn't know
Okay.
that
That's the new term they're giving us now.
Yeah. Well, yeah. That's the it's now the case. You know, like if you
They're like,
identify this,
that we're pointing out that most of the things invented by, and most of the really important things that helped humanity get along, we actually had a hand in it. Like it wasn't just some random white guy who couldn't stand in the sun for more than 5 minutes, look like an entree from Red Lobster. You talking about they gonna be the people? Like, okay.
Well, now BIE, especially even this lesson of BIE, because it's not, like you say, you're not contributing to the economy.
Yeah.
Whenever you start practicing these days, you're not necessarily. And I know for us, it's a lot that we contribute to the economy. But like during Christmas, right?
Yeah.
These are normally off-season type of, from a business standpoint.
Yeah, and you don't really, you notice there's not too many, winter gatherings that we're doing. We just got 2.
Right.
And really, you're not supposed to be doing too much.
I even venture to say one for Hanukkah, it's not. Most people probably do it at home.
Yeah.
Like probably children do it at home versus doing it as a gathering, some big thing. Most people, I'm saying, like.
Yeah, I observe it every year.
Yeah. Do you like to? Yeah, that's it, right? Yeah. I'm not against lights either, by the way, but that's a whole other conversation.
Yeah.
For me, that's because it's called Feast of Lights.
Yeah, it's right there.
Right, yeah.
And then, let's see. Let's go to, I can't remember. I've had my seat for so long now. I can't remember. Acts is New Testament or is that Old Testament?
Yeah, it's British. We got it. It's New Testament.
So let's go to Acts. Up right there. And what is it? Acts 2:1. And does anybody want to read that, or I can just get it if nobody.
It's Acts what?
2:1.
2:1. Chapter 2, verse 1. And when the day of Shavuot was fully come, they were all with one accord in one place. I'm gonna read to like 2. I'm gonna read it down a little bit more just to get context, because like just one verse. And then and suddenly there came a sound from heaven as of a rushing mighty wind, and it filled all the house where they were sitting. And there appeared unto them cloven tongues as of fire, and it sat upon each of them. And they were all filled with the Ruach HaKodesh, and began to speak with other tongues as the Ruach gave them utterance. And there were dwelling at the Yasharel, Yahudim, the Jerusalem of Yehuda, devout men out of every nation under heaven. Now when this was noised abroad, the multitude came together and were confounded, because that every man heard them speak in his own tongue. And they were all amazed and marveled, saying one to another, Behold, are not all these speak of Galilee? And how hear we every man in our own tongue? Okay, so when the people came, when the Ruach HaKodesh hit, these guys, they were speaking, I would guess, in something involving scripture, and people of other nations that didn't know them could understand them. So that's interesting.
Yeah, it wasn't just blah blah.
Yeah, no, like
Bleed.
no, like.
But my untie.
I should have bought a Honda.
Retie my bow tie.
Yeah, I should have bought it. I should have bought it.
Retie my bow tie. Untie, retie my bow tie. Okay.
Yeah, no, I should have bought a Honda. That's the common one. I should have bought a Honda. I should have bought a Honda. And like so.
That's more.
This is just an example of when you're in tongues. I didn't even mean to go off on this tangent, but during tongues, there's supposed to be someone there that can understand you.
Yeah.
It may not be, you yourself if somebody goes into it, but it's supposed to be brought on, and then because it's supposed to be translated and disseminated to the rest of the crowd. If no one can understand you, then
and even if that's the case, you should be 1 Corinthians 14. Somebody you should be in your own, like by yourself.
Yeah.
If that is the case, then you should be in your own closet by yourself. You go do your thing, do your thing.
Yeah.
Ain't nobody sitting there. I ain't knocking it. You know what I mean? I'm just big on like if that's gonna be the case, I need to know what the Most High saying.
Yeah.
If that truly is the case, this truly is y'all doing what you do, whatever. I need to know exactly what the Most High said. That's obviously the word for me.
Oh, so like those preachers in like what is it, the Pentecostal churches or whatever that are like speaking tongues over the people.
Yeah,
That's
Just random people too.
Yeah, I say cartwheels. I used to go to the Presbyterian church. Like,
They're kind of like charismatic, kind of.
man,
Yeah.
stuff.
An African church too, it happens often.
It does.
That's what I grew up with, and I swear, I don't know if you saw it as a kid. People were just.
Oh yeah, I grew up in Baptist. It's pretty much Baptist is just without the African part, but yeah, it's pretty much the same. Like they don't do dances, the sophisticated African dances, but yeah, that's pretty much what Baptist is. Let's see. And let's go to like for Pentecost. We want to read just back in the Old Testament, just get a little bit better context. Deuteronomy 16:9 through 12. Does anybody want to read that for me?
What you got?
What chapter?
Deuteronomy 16.
Yeah, I go down to that.
9 through 12.
16, 9 through 12. Yes, sir. I'm gonna read out the NASB, but you're like, what?
All right.
I just like reading it. All right. You shall count 7 weeks to for yourself. You shall begin to count 7 weeks from the time you begin to put the sickle to the standing grain. Then you shall celebrate the Feast of Weeks to Yahuwah Elohim with a tribute of a freewill offering of your hand, which you shall give just as Yahuwah Elohim blesses you. And you shall rejoice before Yahuwah Elohim, you and your son and your daughter and your male and your female servants and your Levite who is in your town, and the stranger and the orphan and the widow and who are in your midst, in the place where Yahuwah Elohim chooses to establish his name. You shall remember that you were a slave in Egypt, and you shall be careful to observe these statutes. That's 12, right? Yes,
Yep.
sir. So that's pretty cool, yeah.
Now that's interesting. They do have little asterisks. The 3 major feasts for which all males of Israel, if possible, were required to travel back to the temple when it was still a thing. Is Exodus 23, 14 through 19. So for Pesach, first fruits, and what was it? Tabernacles. That's Sukkot.
Yeah.
You were commanded to at least try to gather. Go back to Jerusalem if you could, to the temple. But as we see in our captivity, we do our best by at least setting aside days to commune and congregate in the temple.
Yeah, it's also talk about you're required. It says you're required to travel, which is true, but I figured that also emphasized you're required to show up not that's when you show up empty.
Oh yeah.
Empty handed.
Bring an offering, yeah. Bring
it. Which is a major part of, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Especially when you talk about Acts 2.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Acts 2, because they gave up everything.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Acts 2, they gave up everything and started giving to people as they had need of towards the end of it. And, you know, that was a beautiful thing. But had we not been commanded to give, to not show up at the end, then I don't know. May not have had nothing.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Just like the.
I mean, bro, you know, you showing up with extra to give, but then, you know, the priest, they'll distribute out to who has need of whatever. Because we still have priests at that time.
Yeah.
Last time I checked, I don't know, you know, actually we read about it. You know, okay, all right.
Yeah, we still
They don't track it.
Yeah, we still have
Levites. Maybe I'm wrong.
Right.
And then let's go to Numbers 29, 1 through 6 for the Feast of Trumpets. And does anybody want to read 1 through 6 on 29? Or if not, that's fine.
Numbers 29, 1 through 6. And in the 7th month, on the first day of the month, you shall have a holy assembly. You shall do no servile work. It is Yom Teruah unto you. And you shall offer an ascending smoke offering for a sweet savor unto Yahuwah. 1 young bullock, 1 ram, and 7 lambs of the first year without blemish. And their oblation shall be of flour mingled with oil, 3/10 deals for a bullock, and 2/10 deals for a ram, and 1/10 deal for 1 lamb throughout the 7 lambs, and 1 kid of the goats for a sin offering, to make it atonement for you. Besides the sin and smoke offering of the month, and his oblation, and the daily ascending smoke offering, and his oblation, and their drink offerings, according unto their manner, for a sweet savor, a sacrifice made by fire unto Yahuwah.
So again, it goes over sacrifice, but now we just eat, lamb, clean food, things of that nature, and then Feast of Unleavened Bread. That was Passover, Pesach. They don't put. I don't know why they don't put the names. I guess I probably should have edited that in. The actual, Hebrew names, Pesach, but in the King James Bible, I don't think they even say Pesach, do they?
Passover.
Yeah, just Passover. And it doesn't say anything about, hiding eggs and finding them or nothing like that for Passover. And then, I forget,
the rabbits eat
the communion. I think the communion comes from Passover too, right? That they do in the Christian church.
they'll say it's every it comes from there, but then they'll do it
every month.
It's
That's what I'm talking about. Like it's supposed to be a once, according to scripture.
When I read too, same thing. I'm tracking with you.
And that church, they do it every Sunday.
Every Sunday?
Every Sunday. Jeez. Yep, and if you're not baptized, you can't take it.
I get it. I mean, I get the part is just the often part because they don't necessarily care anymore about the Old Testament, right? I'm using their terminology. Since they don't care about it, then they'll read as often as you can. And I'm thinking, well, as often as you have Pesach, y'all, this is what this was at this time.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
They don't wanna.
Yeah, you're right.
because they devoid it, they just think, oh, it's whatever.
Like
Okay.
these are the ultimate church dinners. Like I don't know why these are the ultimate church dinners. If you want to have some good food, good clean food, don't be having no pork on Sunday or nothing. And stuff like that. But let's see. Let's go to the Day of Atonement. That's the day where we afflict ourselves, right? We're like, we abstain from whatever it is. It's like, oh man, I usually would do this, and no, you don't. But
we ask for forgiveness that day, right? Yes.
Right. So you definitely do it. Should you do it every day of your life? Yes. Right. But it's one of those. Obviously, we know that Israel. Our ancestors had somebody who used to have to go forth and make an atonement for us and for our sins yearly. The thing is that we know that it's daily. Christ tells us to die how? Daily. It's not a a yearly thing anymore. That's why the beautiful thing, even reading what I think the one you read, Lisa, was Numbers 29. That's why it's beautiful. It's beautiful that we have Hebrews. It's incredible that we have a Savior. Now, for those who don't believe Messiah, I'm just reading this and I'm just like, whew, y'all got a hard time trying to keep this.
Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah, because Yahuwah's commanded us to do this, so how are you gonna? I mean, unless you gotta like the Ish people, you're buying a ram and a goat and a lamb every feast day, and then you gotta have an altar and you gotta slaughter it, and you gotta cook it and clean it. And then let's see. Let's go ahead and go to the Day of Atonement. Let's go to Hebrews since we already read Leviticus 23 through 23, and then chapter 23, 26 through 32. I'm going to go to Hebrews chapter 9, verse 7, which is, but into the second went the high priest alone once every year, not without blood, which he offered for himself and offered for the errors of the people. I'm just going to read to, let's go to 15, because I already have this partially highlighted. We're going to read this in another discussion. New lesson. See what I read. 7. Let's say the Ruach Hakodesh. This signifying that the way into the holiest of all was not yet made manifest, while as the first tabernacle was yet standing, which was a figure for the time then present, in which were offered both gifts and sacrifices that could not make him that did the service perfect as pertaining to the conscience, which stood only in food and drinks and diverse washings and carnal ordinances imposed on them until the time of the restoration. But Mashiach, being come a high priest of good things to come, by a greater, more perfect tabernacle, not made with hands, that is to say, not of this building, neither by the blood of goats and calves, but by his own blood he entered in once into the holy place, having obtained eternal redemption for us. For if the blood of bulls and of goats and the ashes of heifer, sprinkling the unclean, sanctifies to purifying of the flesh, how much more shall the blood of Mashiach, who through eternal Ruach offered himself without spot to Elohim, purge your conscience from dead works to serve the living Elohim. And for this cause he is a mediator of the renewed covenant. So, good thing I read to 15. I didn't even plan that. He's a mediator of the renewed covenant, meaning that by means of death for the redemption of the transgressions that were under the first covenant, they which are called might receive the promise of eternal inheritance. So that's interesting. He said, they which are called. So, I mean, we are to still do our due diligence to minister this truth to those with wanting ears, but still, the Most High has to basically, do a knock on their door to open their heart. We just got to plant the seed and hope it lands on fertile ground. But that's interesting that it's a renewed covenant. So the first one of the covenant of sacrifice was done away with, as we just read, but that doesn't mean he said you no longer have to do the feast days. That's clearly not in the scripture.
You have to keep Shabbat.
Yeah. And see, and then the final one that not the final, but we'll do the Feast of Tabernacles. We'll read in Nehemiah, which is actually second Esdras. I just learned. I'm learning in the secret, and I looked up and down. I turned around my book. I was like, "Where is Esdras at?" I was like, "Oh, it's Nehemiah." I was like, "Okay."
I'll go ahead and get you, man.
All right.
Nehemiah chapter 8, verse 13. Then on the second day, the heads of fathers, households of all people, the priests and the Levites were gathered to Ezra, the scribe, that they may gain insight into the words of the law. They found written in the law how Yahuwah had commanded through Moshe that the sons of Israel should live in booths during the feast of the 7th month. So they proclaimed and circulated a proclamation in their cities in Jerusalem, saying, "Go out to the hills and bring olive branches and wild olive branches and myrtle branches and palm branches and branches of other leafy trees to make booths, as it is written." So the people went out and brought them and made booths for themselves, each on his roof and in their courts, and in the courts of the house of Elohim, and in the square at the water gate, in the square at the gate of Ephraim. The entire assembly of those who had returned from captivity made booths and lived in them. The sons of Israel had indeed not done so since the days of Yahshua, the son of Nun, to that day. And there was great rejoicing. He read from the book of the law of Yahuwah daily, from the first day to the last day. And they celebrated the feast 7 days. And on the 8th day, there was a solemn assembly, according to the ordinance.
So that was basically Sukkot. That's what we did when we had it, October of this year.
Right.
We read from Torah. Each man that could gave a lesson.
Yep.
And then we just, enjoyed nature. Went on hikes. Watched the Tehilliym play in water. Got bit up by mosquitoes and almost caught fish.
Yes, almost. Oh, them chiggers.
Yeah.
With a C.
And then, yeah. And then, now let's move on to Hanukkah. Now, for me, we're gonna read John chapter 10, 22. I've never went out of my way to celebrate Hanukkah per se, because I heard also that it's not something you necessarily have to do. One, because we're not in the land, and then two, if you want to celebrate Hanukkah, it's more or less you just go over the book of Maccabees chapters 1 and 2. And they're long reads.
Long reads, yeah, you can do that.
Yeah. But and for those who don't know what the book of Maccabees is, you can just either Google it and find the free version to watch, or not watch, but listen to, or not listen to, but read yourself.
All that.
Or you got to go through your iOS or your Google Play Store to get a Sefer book for like $22. And then if you like that, you can decide to go to the Sefer.net website and get your one for $150. It's an investment, but it's a well-invested sword for those of us with some melanin, because it helps to bring clarity that this book is a book of your history. It's not just a book that, for a long time I was told by friends and people who didn't believe that it's just some old white guys with some morals that wrote the book.
Book of stories.
Yeah, this is a book. If you got melanin and you can easily trace your history back to some sort of slavery in the Americas, whether the Caribbean or here, or even further south, this is your history. These are your feast days.
I've heard 400 years of silence.
Yeah.
I've heard weird stuff, man, with the Maccabean period and all that. I'm like, 400 years of silence, and then when we read it, there's wars and all kind of stuff.
Yeah, I'm like, yeah, everything's popping off.
Okay.
Let me go to John real quick. Was it John 10? Yehukanan 10 and 22. And it was at Jerusalem, the feast of Hanukkah. It was winter. So it just let you know that it really did take place. And John is New Testament, so that makes sense. And it was in the winter, but it doesn't really, that's all it says. Yes. And Yahushua walked in the temple of, and if you read to 23, and Yahushua walked in the temple of Shaloma's porch, and then came Yahudim round about him and said unto him, how long do you make us to doubt? If the HaMashiach, if the Savior, tell us plainly. Yahushua answered them, I told you, and ye believe not. The works that I do in my Father's name, they bear witness of me. So, up until this point, he's done plenty of miracles, healed the sick, the blind, all that, walked on water, that of nature. They still looking for him. Like, bro, I'm literally right here. Like, so it's interesting how he was doing all that, and our people they didn't see it. I guess, because it was back then, maybe that type of stuff or similar stuff to it, maybe not those exact things that Mashiach was doing, they were kind of seeing something like that all the time, or that's what I would guess. Because, we think the witchcraft is bad now. You could go outside back in the day, like, hold on, I'm going to go talk to Beelzebub right quick and get some, give an offering of grapes and He'll give whatever that I'm requesting. I guess the supernatural was more common or more natural back then, because the stuff that Mashiach was doing with the walking on water and turning stuff to wine, like if I seen that, I'm like, oh, yeah, like, and the healing, yeah.
Yeah. Still while all believing in the Father.
Yeah.
Yeah, you do all of that, you believe in the Father, you believe in these same scriptures in this Old Testament, well, you look like you lining up, partner, to what Isaiah was talking about.
Yeah.
As far as the Messiah goes and whatnot. Nah, it don't take a whole lot.
Yeah. But, I guess it was meant to be that most of our people would reject him. So.
Yeah. They not out come to bring peace, but a sword.
Yeah.
It's only gonna be a remnant. It's a scary part.
And now, like, I get, like, just from, there's a song called Only a Remnant by PZ. And, like, now, just in my adult years, I get it now. Because, like, in years in church, you would hear, only a select few gonna make it. Well, I was like, well, I'm in church, so I guess I'm even one part of the select few, and I do sincerely believe. But now you get it. Like, especially, you gotta have, you don't have to have, but it helps a lot if you have a Sefer or Tanakh, because it helps to whittle things down on how hard this walk is. It's not just a matter of, oh, I'm having trouble paying my light bill this month. It's like this, what we go over in script, it helps to break it down of, if you're not doing your best to try and carry out these feast days, not because the feast days themselves will save you, but these are commandments that Yahuwah has given us, and if you're not trying to do as he has said, because if we do his commandments, that shows what we love him. You don't love him. You want to do what feels good to the group or what society says is okay. And these days aren't hard to do. It's not like he's saying you got to go climb several mountains and have certain gatherings at certain locations just to enjoy these feast days. These feast days now you can do pretty much anywhere, as long as it's not, some debaucherous place or something like that, and do his Lord commands.
Mm-hmm.
And so this helps to get it down. And the thing I don't get is, why would you not want to at least investigate? And it's like, okay, well, I'm getting more days off. So you telling me I'm gonna get more days off and like literal rest. Like I'd be for it. I'd give it a listen. Like, I mean, this is more of a tool to help convert people. If anything, like you telling me if I start doing this stuff, I'm gonna get more days off and I'm gonna come to a better understanding of the word. Okay, why not? Why not? But, it's unfortunate that most of our people, especially Israel, they love their white Jesus and they love their glowing Christmas lights. So it is what it is. But, not to be withstanding, I'm going to go to the next slide. It's going to give you just a quick summation of what not to do in terms of wanting to celebrate other beast days or holy days. Let's see, there we go. It's Jeremiah 10, and then we go 1 Corinthians chapter 10, verse 20. But pretty much all of Jeremiah 10, I'm going to read that, or I can break it up if somebody wants to, just help me out. It's only 25 verses. But I'll go to verse 13, take a break. If somebody feels like they want to finish up, they can. Hear ye the word of Yahuwah. Speak unto you, O house of Yasharel. Thus says Yahuwah, learn not the way of the heathen, and be not dismayed at the signs of heaven, for the heathen are dismayed at them. And for the customs of the people are vain. For one cuts a tree out of the forest, the work of the hands of the workmen with an axe. They deck it with silver, with gold. They fasten it with nails and with hammers, that it move not. They are upright as a palm tree, but speak not. They must needs to be born, because they cannot go. Be not afraid of them, for they cannot do devil. Neither also is it in them to be not afraid of them, for they cannot do evil. Neither also is it in them to do good. For as much as there is none like unto you, O Yahuwah, you are great, and your name is great in might. You would not, who would not fear you, O King of nations? For to you does it appertain, for as much among all the wise men of the nations and in all their kingdoms there is none like unto you. But they are altogether brutish and foolish, and the tree is a doctrine of vanities. So, all the bling and lights and stuff that people like to put on the tree, that doesn't please you. It's basically saying you're just doing it because you like shiny things. Basically. Silver spread into plates is brought from Tarshish, and gold from Uphaz, the work of the workmen and of the hands of the founder. Blue and purple is their clothing. They are all the work of cunning men. But Yahuwah is the Elohim of truth. He is the living Elohim and the everlasting King. At his wrath the earth shall tremble, and the nations shall not be able to abide his indignation. Thus shall ye say unto them, the Elohim that have not made the heavens and the earth, even they shall perish from the earth and from under these heavens. He has made the earth by his power. He has established the word by his wisdom, and has stretched out the heavens by his discretion. When he utters his voice, there is a multitude of waters in the heavens. Again, I wasn't even planning. This is going over, the geographical layout of the earth. When he utters his voice, there is a multitude of waters in the heavens, and he causes the vapors to ascend from the ends of the earth. He makes lightnings and rain, and brings forth the wind out of his treasures. Does anybody feel like they can get 14 through 25?
14 to 25.
Yep.
All right. Jeremiah 10, right?
Yep, Jeremiah 10.
All right, every man is stupid. All right, that's it. We're done. All right, devoid of knowledge. Every goldsmith is put to shame by his idols, for his broken molten images are deceitful, and there is no breath in them. They are worthless, a work of mockery. In the time of their punishment they will perish. The portion of Jacob is not like these, for the maker of all is he, and Israel is the tribe of his inheritance. Yahuwah of hosts, Yahuwah Sabaoth, right, is his name. Pick up your bundle from the ground, you who dwell under siege. For thus says Yahuwah, behold, I am slinging out the inhabitants of the land at this time, and will cause them distress, that they may be found. Woe is me, because of my injury, my wound is incurable. But I said, truly this is a sickness, and I must bear it. My tent is destroyed, and all my ropes are broken. My sons have gone from me and are no more. There is no one to stretch out my tent again, or to set up my curtains. For the shepherds have become stupid, and have not sought Yahuwah, therefore they have not prospered, and all their flock is scattered. The sound of a report, behold, it comes a great commotion out of the land of the north, to make the cities of Judah a desolation, a haunt of jackals. I know, O Yahuwah, that a man's way is not in himself, nor it is is it in a man who walks to direct his steps correctly, O Yahuwah, but with justice, not with your anger, or you will bring me nothing. Just 24, right? That's it.
25.
Oh, 25, my bad. Pour out your wrath on pour out your wrath on the nations that do not know you, and on the families that do not call your name. For they have devoured Jacob, and they have devoured him and consumed him, and have laid waste his habitation. That's interesting.
Yeah, that's.
I only focus on the part dealing with the trees most of the time.
Yeah, there's Thanksgiving right there.
Yeah. Ah, that's Thanksgiving right there. Yeah. I mean, this is don't nobody want to pull up your mic and me out 10:25 in church. Who I might, if I ever go, I'm telling you right now. If I ever go back to church and I talk to like some of this stuff is coming out. That's why the Most High, I think the Most High is like really cooking me right before I go into a space like this. Because I think at some point in time I'm going to do it. I don't know why I just had this interesting feeling like that's going to happen. Yeah. I'm going to show up and we're going to talk about it.
It's going to hurt feelings all day.
That's why I like when y'all can ask as many questions and talk to me about whatever, because I know it's going to happen when I go in there. You know what I'm saying? I know it's going to happen. People going to have questions, and I'm going to have to utilize a lot of these books, history and stuff like that. And we're going to have to talk. They're going to ask about, well, what about the other nations? And we're going to read this. We're going to read Ezra's, remember the song? 2nd Ezra 3:33, 2nd Ezra 3:36. We're going to read that. And we're going to read stuff like this. It is what it is.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Like, you should not be seeing, even if you're going to still worship on Sundays, I can't even rationalize that. Like, you shouldn't be doing Christmas at all.
No, you can worship on a Sunday, sure, but I'm talking about you don't have to forsake the Shabbat.
No, I was talking about just Christmas. I was like, even if you're going to be doing worship on Sundays, you shouldn't be doing Christmas. Like, there's no rationale for it. Because like there's nothing in the script at all. And then Jeremiah 10 just states what it really is.
Yeah, I don't get it either.
I mean, I think a lot of people in society don't really correlate their religion to the traditions of the world. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, like people don't realize what they're doing. Is that what you're saying? That's what's going on, but people don't realize it.
Yeah.
People don't realize that, like if I was talking like, you know where that comes from? Like, do you know that and they'll probably say, nah, I don't know. Like that's what you're saying. Like they just don't know. I'm with you. As many times I've had conversations with people, y'all, I'm telling you, they do not know when I somebody's talking to me about Easter or something like that, and I said, well, I had to come back to it. I don't know what holiday it was. It was somebody at the TAM, technical account manager at my job, and then I said, well, there's no Christ in Christmas, something like that. Like it has to do with religion. They did not know that, and she was like, "Oh, touche." I still have it in the text. I probably have it in the chat. I was like, she was like, "Touche." I mean, it is what it is. Most people just don't think about it. They just don't think that this is correlated to some level of religiosity somewhere out there, and it is. I mean, Easter is Ishtar. Whether people don't think about it or whatever, you gotta ask the question.
Like, why are you planting eggs in the field to go find them? That's what they would do with the children. You know, they let them go around the field and hunt them down.
That's why it starts with the children. As a child, you are introduced to this, and you keep doing it until you're older and you're introduced to your own kids, and you never really question why. You just know it's something that you do and you go along with it. Like, I don't know, and unless you start questioning it, like I never questioned any of the things that we did growing up, you know, until I became older, and I just stopped doing it because I didn't find it interesting. Like I stopped Christmas a long time ago, but then coming into the truth and you get more of an understanding of it. But not a lot of people have that. It just continues. It's just their everyday life. I don't know.
I find it interesting that most people don't ask questions.
They don't.
We're not taught to ask questions.
Critical thinking is not a part of society.
Yeah.
It's
school. It's a school thing. You know what I mean? It's not a life thing.
Or like even then, the parents are supposed to be teaching critical thinking, but parents, they don't do that. They just trying to. Like Hasatan has a system set up where, like, if you're a brew man, brew woman, you just trying to make it. Because more often than not, you probably didn't come from a stable home, so you just trying to make it. And then so teaching things like this falls by the wayside because you work in 16-hour days. So let's go to 1 Corinthians. I just had 1 Corinthians chapter 10, verse 20. And this is another example of what not to do. But I say that the things which the other nations sacrifice, they sacrifice to devils, and not to Elohim. And I would not that ye should have fellowship with devils. So all these little other holidays, St. Patrick's Day, even the minor ones, we know Halloween is considered to be a minor one because the federal government doesn't take a day off for it, but it's one of the bigger holidays. I think it's probably bigger than Christmas for, people like the Satanists and stuff like that. Like they like that day more than, because like it's really, if you read the history of Halloween, it's really like 3 days. It's like Halloween itself, the day before, and the day after. So that's just an example. And I remember growing up, we had the trunk or treat stuff, at your local church, because you didn't want to, you still wanted to put on your Spider-Man costume, but you just didn't want to, say it was Halloween per se, but it still was. Mm-hmm. Like, even though, as we just read with Sukkot, you have your own fall festival, and it lasts a week. Mm-hmm. But, and if you wanted to, okay, it's a Sukkot, you want to wear your Spider-Man outfit, fine, I don't care. We're in the tent all week. Like, you can do that. But, like, there's just a couple examples of what we're not supposed to do. Like, as we read through Jeremiah 10, it pretty much states, like, the major holiday or holiday of Christmas, or they describe it, didn't call it by name, and even Thanksgiving in verse 25, of that we shouldn't be participating in it. And then in 1 Corinthians 10 and 20, it also just reiterates that, hey, if you're not participating in the feast days that we went over earlier, in some form or fashion, you're giving a credence or some sort of measure of worship to that's something that's not Yahuwah. And then if no one has any questions, or if anybody does have questions, like now would be the time, or if you have something you'd like to bring forth that might have just popped in your head.
Excellent lesson, sir. Thank you.
All right. And then let's go on to just the closing. The closing for the lesson. Let us hear the conclusion of the whole matter. Fear Elohim and guard his commandments, for this is the whole duty of man. Mm-hmm. For Elohim shall bring forth every work into judgment with every secret thing, whether it be good or whether it be evil. And that is Ecclesiastes 12:13-14. And then the last verse is, here is the patience of the Kodeshim. Here are they that guard the commandments of Yahuwah and the belief of Yeshua. That's Revelation 14:12. Man, that's my presentation.
Hallelujah.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Hallelujah.